Good morning. It's Monday, May 6th, and it is day 5,927. No, it's day 5 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Did I almost say the state? I sure did. Of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. We're like 11, 12 witnesses in, and we've heard from first responders, the very first officers that arrived on scene, and we've seen their dash cam footage, the entirety of every fire medic that has responded on scene first. And we were just getting into, at the end of the day on Friday, the fire medic witnesses that showed up on scene later after Karen Read is supposed to have left and then come back to the scene, and they put her on a Section 12 psych hold. We still don't know why law enforcement made that decision, and we don't know what was going on in the time between when Karen Read was on scene and when Karen Read left and then came back. We don't have any of that information. Court is not back yet this morning. So a quick summary, the Commonwealth theory of the case seems to be that Karen Read in some way struck her boyfriend, victim officer John O'Keefe, with her Lexus and caused him to fall in some manner and hit his head because he has injury to the back of his head, and then left him in the snow to die. The defense theory of the case is that he was actually beaten up inside the party where she had dropped him off and then dumped outside and left to die. Either way, nothing seems clear in this case except maybe a few facts. One, a lot of Canton Fire Department showed up on this scene. Two, it was snowing. Three, the firefighters are in charge for shoveling the apron of the firehouse. One of them was operating a snowplow around the back of the fire station. The roads at the home where the victim was found were in fact plowed, and that Alan Jackson doesn't always understand the Massachusetts accent and the difference between furrowed and furrowed. But if you watched My Cousin Vinny this weekend, You're Not Alone, it seems that this trial is going to have more in connection with that movie than I ever could have imagined. And that's really where we are getting into this 5th day of trial. It's supposed to be a full day of trial. This court's scheduling is, I don't know. Sometimes we know what's happening. Sometimes we don't. Let me know where you're coming in from and what you're drinking. It looks like court is just about to call to session. Do I mind if we're a few minutes behind so we can zoom through the prosecutor? No. Why? Because I have never felt like we've been in trial longer in any case. And I know some of you are going to be like, but Emily, Depp, you heard Elaine said, what if any? Elaine didn't do the first part of the case. Depp's attorneys did. The entire first part of Depp v. Heard was the team for Johnny Depp. So we didn't have Elaine on anything other than cross-examination until later in the case. So we were like invested by the time we got to Elaine doing direct examination. This prosecutor, what if any prosecutor, is also going to maybe ask questions sort of at some point. I don't know. But this prosecutor's questioning is very different from any prosecutor we've seen. And the questioning is difficult to follow. And because I find that the opening statement was not entirely clear and was a bit in the weeds, I find it very difficult to even figure out the point of some of these witnesses. It's like, why are we here? What are we going to hear from this witness? And like 30 minutes in, we're like, oh, that maybe was what that witness was for. But taking away the key points of each witness takes, for me, to go back to my notes in hindsight or waiting for cross-examination to be like, oh, that was the point. Interesting. So I'm sorry if all of you are dying slowly with me with listening to What If Any. I will say, for those of you that are like, girl, sometimes I just can't, I've got you. The free Law Nerd app at lawnerd.com. I am going to notify you when key witnesses take the stand. So if there is a moment where you're like, I literally cannot with this, I need a moment. I got you. Law Nerd app, free iOS, Android. You can either go to lawnerd.com, you can search it in your app store. But when the other women that showed up on scene with Karen Read take the stand, I will let you know. Whenever we get to Proctor, I will let you know. Whenever we change from was it snowing, did you arrive on scene, and what if any apparatus, I will let you know. I've got you. I've got you. I've got you. And I will try to swoop on screen as we change witnesses so that you can see the transition if you have to mute this prosecutor. I get it. I get it. Because I feel the same way. I feel the same way. For those asking about the t-shirt, today's t-shirt says absolutely not. This is how I'm feeling this Monday. I don't have enough coffee. I haven't even started my coffee yet. So what, if any, coffee has Emily had this morning? None. But we're going to have some. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. We're going to roll the intro, and then we're going to catch up in court and see. Maybe they all rested this weekend, and today will be entirely different. A girl can hope.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
All right, let us get into court this morning. We are going to need to roll out. Let me make myself just a little bit smaller and let's ride. Law nerds, I think we've got court gained up adequately. Let's go.
That's good. Perfect. Thanks, Paul.
Court is open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I, counsel, identify?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Unetti for Karen Reed.
It's all of
Good morning,
them.
Ms. Tianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Somehow counsel table looks bigger today. I don't know if it's just the way the attorneys are sitting or the angle of the camera, but counsel table looks slightly bigger.
All right, counsel wanted to see me.
I did, Your Honor.
Oh, the jury's not present yet.
Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it.
Sure.
Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday.
Remember, Katie McLaughlin is the fire paramedic who indicated that she did not know, but knew somebody by the name of Caitlin Albert, but they weren't like besties. I bet the internet went nuts over that over the weekend, but she was very much distancing herself from knowing someone named Caitlin Albert, and the defense wanted to show photographs for impeachment purposes to the witness and then admit them into evidence. But when they voir dired the witness, they were allowed to question about it, but they weren't allowed to admit the photos in. It seemed that the court was using the discovery rules to keep that out, though I don't think the discovery rules are the proper vehicle for that. I have some foundational issues. We'll see if they can overcome it, but I'm not surprised we are here now with, we need to revisit this.
We received a deluge of photographs.
Oh, the internet did internet. Emily, keep watching. Emily, keep watching. The internet interneted.
That put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received
of course you did.
Another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very...
Oh, girl. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. 2021. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. The internet interneted.
Very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification.
Yeah.
And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place.
Get it, Yannetti?
The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's supplemented
so, hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
No.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect?
Ma'am, this is not cumulative. Those were old photos. And that witness said a million times, these look like old photos. Those look like old photos. These look like old photos. A baby shower in 2021 is not cumulative. Now it's cumulative. Oh, Your Honor. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
The Albert. I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin
Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we get today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes.
Yes, scheduling.
So, Sergeant Link, is he testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he
today's gonna be
testifying
interesting.
this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
She needs to know.
So I anticipate two
now.
witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those two witnesses?
With those two witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Lies.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Yannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not
They don't
limiting
know,
you
Your
at all.
Honor.
I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we'd exceed an hour. I would say
This case,
safely, I know
man.
it's a
What a
big range,
Monday.
but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
I
Okay.
think that's probably accurate.
All right.
This is my nightmare, by the
I
way.
see.
This is my nightmare when the judge is like, how long is it going to take? Literally, I don't understand how time works. I don't fucking know how long it's going to take. It depends on what they say.
All right. Thank you. So we will, all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring the jury.
All right. They are going to bring the jurors into the courtroom. That was unexpected this morning, kind of, but not really, because of course the internet is going to internet. And if there are photos that exist of Caitlin Albert with Katie McLaughlin, the internet's going to be like, I was at a baby shower with them. What she said is not exactly accurate because the internet. And so again, foundation is going to be an issue here, but the defense have quite a lot of new photographs, it seems, of firefighter Katie McLaughlin with Caitlin Albert. Caitlin Albert, the daughter of the homeowner where the victim was found, who is also a Boston police officer. We're going to zoom a little bit through this as the jury comes in and gets called to order. The jury is coming in, as you can tell by everybody standing.
For the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
I've never heard a court open with God Save the
Good morning
Commonwealth
again,
or
counsel. Good morning again, Ms.
anything
Reed.
like that.
Good morning, juror.
I'm fascinated.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions questions, and we appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes and they're nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from
I just said that.
seeing or reading or hearing.
I'm just trying to grab the.
Case since we left the other day. Yes. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar and.
You just had the attorneys. You just had the attorneys in open court without the jurors. You just brought the jurors in, and now we're going to sidebar. Do not go back to that fan. Do not go back to that fan. Do not fan us. Okay, well, we're going to zoom. We're going to continue to zoom to catch up to real time. Hold on, let's scrub this a little bit. If we're just going to look at the defendant's face, how long are they going to be at sidebar? Oh, gosh. Longer than I anticipated, it seems. I don't understand why in the actual fuck the court couldn't have done this before the jury came in. I don't understand. I don't understand. What are we doing? Okay. Sure.
Be mindful of the step up.
I'm going to hold on to questions until we get to a break.
Good morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher. Last name Gallagher.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
A total of 32 years, 2 years as a
Well-
permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
We're getting into law enforcement witnesses,
And,
so there's that.
You indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That
He
is
said
correct.
that.
And how long have you
This is
held
witness
rank?
number 13.
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming a lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is
I'm
your
rooting for it.
concern
I'm
about
rooting
what
for
it
someone to
is
say
that
wicked.
Detective Sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases and bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
Internal affairs, you say? Can you tell us more about that?
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Weird.
Now,
Weird.
were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And you guys, I see your
And,
questions
at some
coming in. I'm
point,
going to
did
hold
you
on to
receive a
them.
phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that and who called?
He moved
It
quickly.
was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Goode.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
Right, because 7:45
And
is
what, if
way too
anything,
much to
was
say.
indicated to you in this call from Sergeant?
Sergeant Goode told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him, and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And that would have been Karen Reed and the women that she was with.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you?
I told him I would respond.
This is not hearsay because it's
Where-
going to
where
lay
do
the
you
foundation of what he did
respond?
next. And that's why
I
they're
was
not
initially
objection.
responding to Meadows
objecting.
Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave.
Oh, he thought that's where the
they
location
discovered
was.
him on Meadows Ave.
Yeah, that's why they needed the background to explain his
Subsequently, did you
action.
learn a different location and respond to that location?
As I'm talking over, I'm going to pause for a second. I know I'll see. Well, I actually won't because I stopped looking at some of the comments because they're just like, girl, can you stop pausing it? Girl, can you pause it more? It's just going to be what it's going to, it's going to be what it's going to be. But it's not hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It is offered for the foundation of what he did. What did you do and where did you go? So he went to the wrong location first. He needs to explain the reason at 6 a.m. he went to the wrong location because it's going to be in his MDT logs and his reports. And he needs to explain, this is what I was told and this is why I did the thing. So that's why it's not hearsay. It's foundational. With police officers, especially investigating officers, there were some exceptions to the hearsay rules as well. So
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
And that was from the dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That's
we're
correct.
going to talk about perjury
Now,
later,
did you go,
PJ.
straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop
The court
somewhere else?
moved on pretty
I
quickly.
stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
There will be a morning
What was
break.
the
We'll talk
purpose
about it
of
then.
Stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Goode via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
And you say winter gear, as far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton?
Did you bring a leaf
It was
blower?
clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
So I don't think it's still the wrong location. I think the reason that they are saying 32 is because they were never going to put 34 in the police logs because it's the home of an officer, but nobody's explained that in court yet. So yes, I'm waiting for someone to explain why they put 32 in all the reports, but no one's done it yet. So
And if you know, about what time was it that you
it was definitely
arrived,
snowing.
On Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
My coffee's real good this
There were some
morning.
vehicles pulling away, but parked by this where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else, from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Goode, and the Toyota pickup was
marked cars.
driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
Can you tell us where the marked cars were parked?
And
Please?
As far as,
Because I love it.
by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Goode.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations.
So with Detective Sergeant Lank, I don't know why he has both designations. Maybe we'll find out later. The court said there was going to be a substantial voir dire. That means there is a bunch of shit that may or may not come in front of the jury that I am now dying to know about. But when we go into these cases cold, you don't know what you don't know. So the jury doesn't know. So we're going to have to wait and see. But it's interesting that as this name comes up, I'm going to be like, who, what now? Who did what now? Tell me more about Link, not Zelda, Link, something like that.
With Sergeant Goode and Detective Sergeant Lang, what did you do with that?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily.
So treat it like a crime
the wind
scene?
was blowing north. Sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Goode and Detective Sergeant Lang, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well.
So
and they told
he
me the
gets on
circumstances
scene
surrounding that incident.
after the Section 12.
They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Goode directed you to, where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that it was snowing heavily at this time. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over there?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference,
Pretty consistent with
to,
what
as far
everybody
as
has
you
said.
mentioned, sort of processing, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lang had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that
Sustained.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lang had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
Oh, interesting.
And,
Somebody wanted it to be treated like a crime
as far
scene.
as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
Well,
It may be a term that's pretty well understood.
I mean, his pupils were fixed and dilated. This is the first time we've gotten any answer about why they didn't immediately treat this as a crime scene. But the investigative wing said, hey, he's not dead yet. Because as we learned on Friday, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. They have to warm you up before they can declare you dead. So because he was not declared, the crime scene unit that would have investigated was like, I'm not dead yet. So they're not coming out. That's a really interesting circumstance, but it's the first time somebody has answered why nobody rolled out like it was a crime scene. Interesting. And it seems that department's like, we only deal with death investigations, so we're not coming out. This department then should have started treating it like a crime scene. But alas.
But when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from the state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and
Yeah, Debbie
we
Jo, it's weird.
thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct.
This was your decision. You decided about the leaf blower. Not a snow blower, chat, a leaf blower to try to get some of the lighter weight snow off the top.
The snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Goode volunteered to go
Did he just say processing the scene with the snow with a leaf blower to do it in a controlled manner? Sir, you just said leaf blower, snow, and a controlled manner in the same sentence with a straight face. Okay.
Snow blower.
Okay.
But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house.
Did you take the
There
photos?
was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had two officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Goode, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant Lank the most important thing he could do at this time would...
Objection.
That's not
The
hearsay.
objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Sergeant Lank's the issue in that, and I don't know what the issue is, but that wouldn't have been hearsay.
Crime scene tape that was set
Like
up
he's
around.
allowed to say, I told someone else to do this. But yes, no civilians in the area. No other law enforcement in the area, because we know that nobody came out of the Albert's house.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Goode and Mike Detective Sergeant Lank put out the crime scene tape.
Did you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to
Ask
set it up
them.
around where Mr. O'Keefe had been found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what
Probably
it
a
was attached to.
Car.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that?
Were you taking photos?
Decision as far as that being an implement to
Can we
use
just
this particular?
follow up on the photos?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. I had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used.
Sir, are you telling me that when it's snowing, crimes don't happen in Massachusetts? Because I find that really hard to believe. But he's saying he's never processed a scene in the snow. I don't know. Maybe murders happen only indoors when it's snowing. I imagine there's a lot of like car accidents and DUIs. Maybe state police deals with it. But he did say that if there is a death scene, that is processed by state police who works with the DA's office, not with them. So this might just be that their department has not had to deal with it because they call in state police, and they tried to call in state police, and state police were like, nah, we're good.
In the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Goode back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything, else was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Are these your terrible photos, sir? Were they taken on a potato? What's a berm? Kind of like a curb, but like not a curb, like not a sidewalk, but a berm, kind of like a curb, but no sidewalk. We saw it in the
Direct your attention what's commonly marked as
in the video from the jury view on Friday. Like a
13,
a curb.
16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Please just review those yourself and look up on your phone.
Okay.
Tamil, I would have thought so too. Tamil said, I would have thought any incident involving a police officer should have been dealt with by a crime scene and special unit, should have been called on. It sounds like they called the special unit and the special unit said, nah, fam, we good. So actually they went Monty Python and said he's not dead yet and then didn't respond, which is strange. Kim said crime scene tape, not in my notes. Bueller, what? This is the first time we've heard of a crime scene tape.
May we approach this briefly?
Sure.
And now they are approaching, maybe regarding the photographs. I'm going to try to zoom as they approach regarding whatever they're discussing as they approach.
Mr. Lally, hold on for a sec.
You know what? I'll see counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
Did you rethink it? Some days I do better than others. Are we just making sure everybody gets their steps in today? I mean, I haven't. I'm going to need like a sit-stand desk and a walking pad for this trial.
Yes.
Can I approach the witnesses retreat?
Yes. Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is
Stephanie,
clear.
ding, ding.
That's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So,
for the things that I definitely don't appreciate about this judge, I do appreciate that this judge goes above and beyond a lot of courts we've watched to explain step by step what's going on for the jurors. I do very much appreciate that. This is again regarding the numbers on the exhibits. The judge
Mr.
could have
Lally,
avoided
can you
all of
simply
this.
hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just writing.
Hey, Your Honor, if you wanted this to go faster, maybe, just in my mind, I mean, I've only been practicing for what, 17-ish years, done dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of trials, not hundreds, thank God, but you know, more than most. And when you tell them they can pre-mark the exhibits and then change your mind over a weekend, it's going to fuck all of the shit up. So you have not only created the problem, but you have created and then exaggerated the problem. So you want them to move faster, they can't, and neither of them are going to push back on you. But this is a problem of your own making. When you said they could pre-mark the exhibits, let the exhibits come in the order they pre-mark them, and not in chronological order in the trial. The jurors can figure it out. It's not difficult. Oh my God, this has made it all worse.
The numbers.
Thank you very much.
You did this. You did this. This is on you. You did this. She did. You're right, Chad. She did say she's actively making it take longer, but then she looked at Mr. Lally and they're like, can you hurry this up? You created the problem, ma'am. Ma'am, this is you. This is you. Oh my God. Also, I need to feed my Snorlax.
So I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked. The next 13 photographs in the book be marked with the next 13 exhibits.
Now we're just marking them with all different kinds of numerical systems. That's fantastic. That's not going to confuse fucking everyone. I feel bad for the attorneys in all of this. I would have lost my mind. I actually probably would have cried after court. I would have been like, you've got to be joking me. Like I would like that rage cry, like the stress cry. After all the time they spent to get them all pre-marked and into binders. The rage, like just the rage. I feel for all of these attorneys. Look at her looking at them over her glasses. Ma'am, you did this. I should just let this play to show how long it's going to fucking take. The court reporter is now marking with stickers each exhibit. I'm going to make exhibit stickers. We're going to just mark them ourselves. This is such a waste of time. Some of you said, I'm sure all the paralegals had to do it. Not every DA's office has paralegals. So it really depends on the office, but not every DA's office has paralegals. For the defense attorneys,
You can publish them, Mr.
more
Lally?
likely,
May I return them to the witness as well?
Yes.
but for the DA's office, it's probably the attorneys. It was always, it was always me. And I was in a much, much larger DA's office than they are.
Madam Court Reporter, could I see you rather?
And if there would be a point in trial, especially if I was this prosecutor who the judge doesn't seem to actively hate, where I would take my time just to make the point. Just to make the point. Just to make the point. Am I petty like that? Sometimes.
Gentlemen, if I could have the first of those photographs up on the screen.
Oh, we're going to the screen. Oh, good. We get to turn our video down.
If you could enlarge that just
Yay. Oh, yes. The judge didn't work over the weekend.
I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the
Sure.
file.
Good. What a fantastic crime scene photo we have here. This is so
I
clear.
believe that's Exhibit 30.
I am going to stress it's not the feed that's making it look blurry. It's the photo. Also, if he has never processed a scene in the snow, anyone who has ever taken photos or tried to take photos in the snow who's never taken photos in the snow before, it is an entirely different dynamic. So someone who was experienced with taking the photos should have maybe taken the photos. George hates it too. He's glaring at the screen. Okay, George, I'm sorry.
We're looking at in this exhibit.
So that
birds are
is
over there.
in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street. And it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any point, if I'm asked, or any, this is rated.
Yes.
I can't hear what Lolly said.
And,
Who said it looks like IKEA photo art? Yes. See, they all had the exhibits numbered in their drive. So now they're having to also contemporaneously renumber.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
It is?
The number on that in front of you?
Where?
I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one.
Does it sort of say 34 on the mailbox? Okay. The jury will get to see these printed out and up
What's
close.
depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the...
And the jury got to see the crime scene. They were out there on Friday.
It is.
So
It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
I think that's 3 vehicles. I see 3.
Ms. Gilman, the next photograph.
I see 2.5 technically. See, they have all their exhibits numbered.
If you could, Lieutenant, when you locate this, indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you, sir. Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
All the cars in the driveway.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from I guess it would be a westerly view, and the 3 cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Sir, what the fuck? I know that's not going to be the prosecutor's question. That's just my personal question.
I believe that's Exhibit 31. And it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood. And there was an object in the center as well.
That's an
which we didn't
object?
know what it was at that time.
Didn't
Subsequent, did you?
everybody
learn what
say that was a
object
footprint?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass.
What?
And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
What?
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's Exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you can still see, the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprint that you observed, what footprints have you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34 Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area of snow?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
So he's saying there are no footprints between the home and where John O'Keefe was found. All the footprints were from
That
the
is
street
Exhibit
to where John
24.
O'Keefe was found.
And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Mr. O'Keefe was found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And
In what
probably
area?
pretty self-evident,
Found
but it's the
where?
wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The
other
flag.
flying.
The next photograph.
But in a storm like that, wouldn't somebody take the flag down? Okay, never mind. I have bigger questions than that.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
So near the shrubbery?
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here.
I mean,
This is,
okay.
I believe this is Exhibit 26.
I believe this is one of the worst crime scene photos I've ever seen, and I had officers take photos of a blood trail in black and white.
This is Exhibit 27, and it's what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's Exhibit 32.
I mean, if you say so.
Next photograph, Ms. Goode.
Yeah, there's no crime scene markers. There,
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm.
closed captioning.
And it's just
It's
a
early.
smaller picture close-up of that berm.
Closed
It's
captioning is
Exhibit
getting
25.
wild.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you've described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
Yes, they dug it out carefully with their
Last
feet.
photograph, Ms. Goode?
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's Exhibit 21.
I'm still not sure exactly where the victim was.
May I approach you on just?
Yes, yes. Tori.
Sir, did you ever expect these photographs would end up in court? Probably not. I'm gonna guess not.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what, if any, sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And what, if anything, have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruisers, from that?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from
Doesn't all mean all?
the 683 cruiser, Officer Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that a portion of that be played for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And more dash cam footage.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the
Good. Yep. Makes it super clear to me. Thank God for that.
What's up on the screen in Exhibit 12? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what, if anything, did you observe occurring within that cruiser cam?
I believe it's
What
at
happened at
approximately
that time?
57:17. You'll see Sergeant Goode begin to mark out the scene with yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Goode stretching out the crime scene tape.
Sure.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that video.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
I can literally only see the little corner
See,
where I
yellow
am.
tape it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Goode.
And my apologies, Ms. Gilman, if you could play again.
I think we can only
That's
see in
Detective
that
Sergeant Lank in the lighter
little
coat.
corner.
Sergeant Goode and Lank, they walk off camera.
Okay. Sure. I guess. Maybe that'll be better.
You'll see Sergeant Goode come into the picture right here,
Oh, I'm just trying to move the closed caption.
stretching out the crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. You can see it raise way up because of the wind.
Nope.
This is the crime scene tape here. And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not. But you can see the crime scene tape going across the scene that way.
Sure, buddy.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there for a moment. So Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video.
For everyone asking, are they
what
inside the
anything
car
else did you
filming?
get
Yes, this is the dash cam video.
Attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
I apologize.
Soccer
And so
game
at any
tent.
point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up
Too windy.
because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up over the scene?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark.
Does something else happen in this video? Remember, when they only show parts of the video, the jury will get the entirety of the video. I don't know in this case if that's going to help anybody, but the jury will get the entirety of the video to watch if they want to. Oh, the windshield's cleared up a little bit now that we're at 7:13. Just a few minutes later. We had been at 7:02.
Then what, if anything, are we looking at in this portion?
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's blowing around.
Where?
Right now, you can't see it.
Yep. Sure can't.
Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point
Same.
where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
He
It was
can't
later
see
on.
anything.
I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much.
I mean, okay.
Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf blower, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Goode take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being.
Since we didn't know what would happen when we just started using a leaf blower at a crime scene, we thought maybe video would help. Well, if it's like the photos, we know where that's going to go, don't we?
Used before in case there were any questions on how it was deployed.
I
I
have
had Sergeant Goode
questions.
take a short video.
I've got questions. I've got questions.
Several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I approach?
Yes.
Are we going to get to see video of them snow blowing? No. Leaf blowing the snow? Okay. Sure. This is giving, well, I put my armpits or my hands in the armpits to determine the basal body temperature. It's also giving I sat in my office and threw my cell phone around. It's going to be a long morning. Emily, it's too early on a Monday to be this cranky. I mean, the questioning hasn't been as long and painful. The questions have been
I don't
shorter.
recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
I don't recognize it. Great. That's not the answer the DA was expecting at all. Sir, can you keep up? The DA is going to be so annoyed. He's like, that's not what I was expecting. That's not what I was expecting you to say at all. Why are you approaching? You're going to have to show him part of the video for him to remember what it is. I don't know how that's going to go. All right, let's see if we can zoom a little bit. We're not too far behind live court. I don't think we need to see the defendant, just watching the attorneys chat at sidebar. The defendant watched the attorneys chat at sidebar.
Thank you.
Jordan Peters makes a great point in the chat. At least they have Aquafina instead of Dasani.
Okay.
They approached, they got back to the witness and said, Your Honor, can we approach again? And then she said, jurors, go ahead and take a stretch break. Today is painful. For those of you who have not watched other trials, that's our stretch break music. All right, we're going to zoom. I don't, pause. I don't understand how they are approaching, they are getting an answer, and then they get back to the witness and go, shit, can we approach again? What is happening today, man?
The last exhibit is this. If I could publish that to the
Yes.
anyway, this is 1 through.
At least we'll get to see the
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there.
at least we'll get to see them
Gallagher, do you
using
recognize what's up on
a
screen?
leaf blower.
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
He
I
said
am.
him.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Sort of or actually
Detective
present?
Sergeant.
Sort of or actually present? Who is actually present? If they're sort of present, I don't even know what that means. Are they spiritual witnesses?
Blank is documenting, and Sergeant Goode is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run it.
Just run it through.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear.
It doesn't move
as I remove it layer by layer.
It doesn't move things out of the way as violently as I thought. So I guess that's something. I anticipated
These pink
it
spots start to turn to be dark red spots.
being worse. I guess the snow was very light and fluffy.
As you see, we can
dry.
control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant,
Lally asked to let it play through, and the lieutenant
You
wants to
asking him to
describe.
narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question.
He wanted to
It's
play it through.
It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand, Your Honor.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly
No.
at this point. So Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're
What, if anything, are you
conducting
sort
this
of doing?
process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
We're concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
And so what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Chat, I see your comments. I don't see any pieces of taillight either. I hope this is easier for the jury to see.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please.
At Sour Cookie in the chat asked, is this standard protocol? Yeah, no. Nope. This witness says he has never processed a crime scene in the snow before, ever. So they weren't quite sure what to do. And they called in another investigatory unit who investigates death scenes. And that unit said, well, the victim is not dead, so we are not rolling out because the victim had not been declared yet. So this is what we got. Them trying to figure out if it's blood, if it's frozen blood, or what. Though if it was that windy, crime scene markers wouldn't have been really helpful to take the photos because they just would have blown away, I guess.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
He's not from the crime lab.
Mr. Officer, you can put the right.
He's a police lieutenant from Canton
Lieutenant,
PD.
with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We get almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail
This
blast,
seems to be about an hour after the victim was removed.
Red spots on the ground, what, if anything else did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
Isn't that weird?
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Isn't that odd?
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
Doesn't look
And
like there were
following
pieces
that,
of plastic there, Drea.
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What did you recover?
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
Okay, and how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
Cups?
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them there?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lang placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now,
So the crime lab picked them
go
up?
back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time.
You went into the
I believe it was
residence?
kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any
So they
other
went-
people, who, if anyone else, were you?
We don't know what time this was, but they went back and went into the house, which I didn't think they ever went into the house. So that's interesting.
Introduced to when you came into the kitchen area?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
Oh, now we have a
Recall him
time.
being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now,
The time would help because they were there around
Amazing.
7 a.m. They were there for over 45 minutes, so like 8 a.m. So then they went back to Canton PD, and then they went back to the house. So they get back to the house at what, 9 a.m. and are inside, and there's a ton of people in the kitchen.
mention of
You don't want to know who they are,
February 1st.
when they got
2
there,
days later, at
what they're
the
doing.
Department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And
We're just going to let that
What, if
go
anything,
then.
did they come there to do?
They were assisting the
Cross is
state
gonna
police
be
in executing a search
great.
warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your car?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury, sort of what is a Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police? Like, where is it located? What does it look like?
Sure. It's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port
Well, I have
that the
chat and
vehicle
chat
was
is bay,
in,
and there's like 18,000 of
typically,
them there, so I've got lots
we
of
enter
bay.
through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, is there, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know
Here
there's
she just
cameras
says,
in
are
the
there
area. I don't
cameras?
specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed the at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day of February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
So no.
Yes.
Have you reviewed the entirety of the video? I've seen a small portion. Yes. No. The answer would be no. I've only seen a small portion would be a more accurate response. If you've only seen a small portion, you haven't reviewed the entirety of the thing. Okay. So we are now on February 1st. When CSI comes to process a car, they have not clarified at this point that it's the defendant's car. I would presume that it is.
Yes.
No one said that.
What is depicted on that, sir?
CPD
We're just
Sally
not there
Port
yet.
videos.
If he's only seen a small portion,
Introduced in a minute as an next exhibit.
I'd probably object.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They probably know it's authentically what it is, but still. Are we going to see some of this video? I'm optimistic.
Your Honor, if I may, at this time, I seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
So Exhibit 34 is the video from the Sally Port.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I imagine at that time, the prosecutor will ask if they recognize the vehicle and connect it that way.
First, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
Was there a question? Because there's not an answer. Are we showing the video or are we just like hanging out? They're trying to find the volume. Okay, we're gonna scrub forward to see if we make any headway here. We're gonna be caught up to real time in a minute. Oh, are we taking a break?
15-minute? Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10-15-minute recess?
Yep. That's exactly what we're doing.
All right, hurry up.
They're going to take their morning recess like an hour in, hour and a half in. We haven't really covered much ground today at all.
Nancy.
I just want to see if the judge says anything. She's excusing them to take a break because the tech doesn't seem to be working. For those of you asking, Lally said it would be 30 minutes for this witness. Yeah, sure did. Sure did.
All right, so we're still in session.
That was directed at the defendant. You can't just walk around and talk to people.
So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something, do you want to use the flash drive that you put in? Does that help? Or are you?
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue is as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything as far as the screen.
It's dark.
That dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer. So, all right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
All right, to the court, please.
Okay, so not the fan. I'm going to speed us up to real time, and then I will start back right when the break starts back. So I'm going to just make sure we are on real time, which we are. The sound so far has been, I think as good as it's going to be. So we will hear it. Oh, my hair is being delightful this morning. That's lovely. All right, so the court is on a morning break. I'm going to answer questions. I'm going to try to summarize the morning just a little bit so we can keep track of where we are at. Because you guys probably aren't taking notes as much as I'm taking notes. You have other shit to do during the day. At some point I will too, but it's going to be fine. But if we keep moving at this pace, we're never getting through this. We're never leaving. We live here forever now. So while the court's on break, we are at the beginning of week 2 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, day 5 of evidence with Canton PD Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. This is the 13th witness called by the state, by the Commonwealth. And so far, we have established that this lieutenant is the one who used the leaf blower to uncover things at the crime scene and took all the photos that we have been subjected to, which are a challenge to see. It was clear that this lieutenant had never processed a crime scene in the snow before because he said, I have never processed a crime scene in the snow before. They collected the frozen blood out of the snow in cups, no further description, and marked those into evidence. They recovered the broken cocktail glass that they uncovered from the snow and marked that into evidence. You know what we haven't heard? That there are any pieces of broken taillight. And he said they got almost down to the ground using the leaf blower where the victim was located. We also heard that they had called for the state police to come out and investigate, and the state police indicated that because the victim had not been declared dead yet, that was not a scene that they were going to respond to at that time. We also heard that they did try to put up crime scene tape, but due to the wind, the crime scene tape was not helpful, and repeatedly said, and there was no one that the crime scene tape was needed to keep out because no one was coming to the scene. No one was coming out of the houses. No one was around trying to access the scene. So there was no need to keep anyone out of the scene with the crime tape. So because of the wind, they took it down. There were also no evidence markers, but this lieutenant was in their personal vehicle when they responded. So A, they probably didn't have them. And B, if it was that windy, they probably would have just blown away. The photos are very difficult to discern anything. And if you've never taken photos in the snow, I can understand why they might be so blurry. It takes a little bit of effort to make sure things are, in focus because snow. So we also had a bit of a argument this morning from defense counsel. When we clip this down for clip-its, we will clip that out. So look at them this morning before the witness began, because the defense is arguing over evidence, over photos of Caitlin Albert with the fire medic McLaughlin, many more photos, including photos at a baby shower from 2021. So not old photos. I don't know how that witness thought that the internet wasn't going to internet. Like, this is a central feature of every case that we covered that is on the internet. If people know anything about a case, you know what they're going to do immediately? Email the court, which you shouldn't do ever. But then they're going to email all the attorneys. That's exactly what's going to happen, and that's what happened in this case. Let's get to your questions, because you guys had a lot of questions this morning. Also, happy Monday. I'm almost done with my coffee. Is it helping? Not yet. But we'll see. We'll get there. One Vintage Witch said, gifted 10 memberships. Thank you for the gifted memberships and welcome new members. Matilda said, hello from the Netherlands. Hello. Speaking of the Netherlands, my husband and I this summer are going to switch to double duvets. We have been very influenced by our Dutch friends, and we are like, it is time. It is time. It is time to embrace the double duvets. Marianne gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. Karina said, joining mostly as replay crew, but live today from Switzerland. So time to thank you, Emily. Oh, thank you. And the whole Baker team. Team Baker is fantastic, and they keep me doing what I'm doing. I'm going to pull up other comments as we go, but I'm going to look for questions real quick. Louise said, gonna have to take a shot every time. He said, don't do that. Every time he says, what if any? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's hope other Emily has her strawberry lemonade today. No Starbucks today for me. It was a very busy early morning and everybody is out and about. So it's just homemade coffee, probably most of this week. Question, McLaughlin is a DA as well, related? I have no idea, Lauren. They didn't explore that relationship. We will see what comes in court. Susan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Question from Kevin, good to see you. Today is a not today judge day for me, and is one of the people at the prosecutor's table have the same last name as the female fire EMT witness? Yes. Related? Who knows? Because it has not come up. Aaron Evans says code perjury. We got a bunch of questions about that, so we're going to get to there. Carla said, I thought the sidebars were just supposed to be at one attorney from each side. The judge said repeatedly, may I see the attorneys this morning? So when the judge says, may I see the attorneys, the judge means all of the attorneys. The sidebars, when they are talking about evidence, are meant to be one attorney from each side, but it doesn't seem that that's been happening. And until the judge tells them no, I would have all the attorneys up there as well. Jay Wildberry says, can you tell us about what perjury means for the trial? The defense this morning said that they believed that fire paramedic McLaughlin perjured herself in stating that her relationship with Caitlin Albert was not close. Caitlin Albert is going to be called to the stand sometime this week, we heard. What does it mean for this trial? Not much yet until more is made out of it. Can more be made out of it? Yes. Can it have consequences after trial? Yes. Can the defense try to recall that witness? Yes. Is it going to come up a lot more when Caitlin Albert testifies? Yes. Yes, it will. So we will see. Colleen said, Emily, do you think a trial expected to take so long that we will see the internet do its thing some more? Probably. I mean, the internet's already been interneting around this case. It just depends if it is disruptive to the proceedings or not. I hope that there are no disruptions from the internet, but people being like, I was at this baby shower with these 2 women and they were together is not disruptive to the defense, I would imagine. Miss Mia said, has enough hinky things happened so far for the defense to have grounds for a mistrial? No. The witness testimony is something that they still have time to remedy and recall. We're very early in. They still have additional time. They can make more motions to impeach. They have another witness that they're going to use. Other than that, they're still arguing with the judge over that ruling on the photos. We will see how that goes, but there is still time for them to do some of those things. If I was the defense, I wouldn't want to mistrial and start over. So far, I think this trial is going very well for the defense. Normally, in the prosecution's case, I would not be saying that. Normally, in the prosecution's case, what I'm saying is it's going to be interesting to see how the defense addresses this. It's going to be interesting to see how the defense addresses that. I don't know if there's anything the defense can do with this. In this case, I'm going, I don't know if the prosecution has proven anything yet other than snow. So no. Strategically, if I'm the defense, no, I'm making a record. PJ said, surprised that Emily let the perjury go without an explanation of what perjury means. Yeah, no, I wanted to get to it at questions so we could have more of a conversation about it because we needed to zoom, though there is room for the witness to say, again, we're part of the same friend group, but we're not friendly. Though I think the more photos that come out, the more that statement is going to look as if she is trying to be evasive. But didn't we already see that in McLaughlin's testimony? That McLaughlin was distancing quite a bit from, I know someone named Caitlin Albert. If you go back and look at that testimony, which the jury can't do, like I went to high school with somebody by that name. To the defense saying this morning, in fact, they were on the same sports team. If you were on a sports team with somebody, wouldn't you? I would. I was on swim team with people. I was on water polo with people. I was in band with people. I think the general answer would have been, do you know someone by the name of Caitlin Albert? Yes, we went to high school together. We were on XYZ team together versus I went to high school with somebody by that name. No, ma'am. And to say that, oh, those seem like old photos. If there's photos from 2021 of you all hanging out together and they said you haven't seen each other recently, that's going to be a problem. Wheeler asked in the chat, any chance you do some recaps to get caught up on the whole thing? Wheeler, I'm so glad you asked. You know why? Because I have an entirely separate channel called Quick Bits. And my daily recaps and then the Quick Bits podcast, which has kind of a weekly overview, is up on the Quick Bits channel. So if you just go to YouTube and put in Quick Bits EDB, you will find it. If you are in the app, each Quick Bits episode that I drop goes into the app notification. So yes, I try to condense the central part of what I think and put them in the Quick Bits channel so that you can catch up on them either day by day or with those weekly overviews on Monday. Today's Quick Bits is going to be up at the lunch break. Katie said, how is 2021 old? Katie, this witness had not seen the photos from 2021 because until over the weekend, the defense did not have them. The defense got them sent by people in 2021. So that. Chelsea Wheeler says, who makes the decision on an acquittal? The jury. An acquittal would be a not guilty verdict, so the jury does. But you can't be out here in a case and be like, I don't know people. Because again, the internet's going to internet. Wouldn't the testimony have gone differently if she just said we went to high school together, we were on whatever team together, we have a lot of mutual friends together and have spent time in those groups, but we don't text each other, we don't have a close relationship? Wouldn't everybody have been like, oh, that makes sense? Like, okay, people who grow up in small communities understand that you can be in the same circle and the two of you not be close. She didn't do that. She went, whoop, 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 whoop. That's my backing up voice. Because we run in the same circles and we see each other at events and at friends gatherings, but we're not close is different than I know someone by that name. And so the distancing actually makes it seem much worse than just saying we went to high school together and we run in the same circle of friends. So we see each other a couple times a year at large gatherings, but we don't spend one-on-one time together. Why not just say that? And I have to wonder if it's because it's not true. Shane, good to see you, friend. Okay. Anyone working in the snow for any period of time wears gloves? Guy in the snow blower. Excuse me, no gloves. I didn't even notice. Where are the gloves on the leaf blower operator? The process would take hours. He said they were out at the crime scene, Shane, for like less than 45 minutes. So that, which is weird. Dana, good to see you. After viewing the pictures of the crime scene and the pictures of the vehicles in the driveway, why is there no snow on any of them if it's snowing so heavy? The vehicles have snow, but they don't have a ton of snow, right? Let's see. Maybe it was blowing warm air from the engine back. I don't know, but it was quite windy and that snow did look light. So maybe that's why they need to explain. Question, could they obtain Katie and Caitlin's phone records? No, not at this point. It's way too late to do that. And they didn't have enough to do that prior. Tamara said, question, I know it's early days, but if the prosecution team continues in this vein, could the defense obligatory ask for a dismissal at the end of the trial have a chance to succeed? We're not there yet, but at the close of the prosecution's evidence, the defense will make a motion to dismiss. This case has not been to prelim. It went to a grand jury. They will definitely ask. I think they will probably argue it. I hope we'll get to see them argue it. But we'll have to see. We're not there yet. So we're just maybe, but we're not there yet. Lady Jen said, I admittedly know nothing about this case. That's fair, but I came across a screenshot of his arm and lots of people are saying it looks like dog bites. Have you seen that? The arm came into evidence, the victim's arm and the injuries to the victim's arm came into evidence on Friday. I have seen tons of comments in the chat and the comment section from people with all different varying degrees of expertise who agree with that assessment. We are going to see multiple pathologists here. I don't have any personal knowledge to tell you what I think it looks like or not. I need to also see the clothes. I do not see any other road rashing. It very much looked like scratches and punctures. If you're on top of the snow, I've got a lot of questions, but a lot of you that have much more experience with dogs, dog scratches, dog bites, I have seen repeatedly the statement of, I know nothing about this case, but I do know about dogs, and those look like animal scratches and bites. We will have to see what the pathologists say. But I didn't look at those photos and go, oh, the defense is crazy. What are they saying? That sure wasn't my first response. I was like, where is the rest of the road rashing? Where is the damage to the clothes? That was the first thing I asked. So, and we don't know about the clothes because we haven't seen it. So we're just not there yet. I'm going to get to a few more questions from our super chats and then, well, the court's still not back. So Bentley said, y'all please help. I can't get my jaw off the floor every day in this case. There are always moments, and we're not even at cross-examination of this witness yet. This is going to take all day. J. Michael, good to see you. If the video file is corrupted, does the prosecution get another copy of the data, or is that evidence not admitted? It depends on how else it's preserved. So it's really very situational. Ryan's Hex RN said, did the cop mention a martini glass? They said a cocktail glass. They did not mention more specifically than that, but they mentioned a cocktail glass in the snow. Casey Cat, we got exciting news Saturday morning. They're building a Buc-ee's in Kansas City, 15 minutes away. You all the way. I fucking love a Buc-ee's. I am a basic ass bitch, and I will lean in to my basicness. I love a gas station, like love. Yes, I drive an electric vehicle. Potato. I love snacks. Gas station snacks are bae. I love a good gas station. I road tripped across this great land multiple times. Gas stations are the best. Buc-ee's are 10 out of 10. Just the bathrooms, the snackies, there's fudge. The sandwiches, I love a Buc-ee's. And here's what I love most about a Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's has the good ice, and they will just sell you a cup of the nugget ice for like 50 cents. And so I can get a sparkling water of some variety, generally Topo Chico. I will get a sparkling water of some variety and a giant ass cup of the good ice, and my day is so made. I am so happy. I am so happy. I am so happy. It is so easy. It's so easy to make me happy. But when you will sell a cup of the Good Ice, you make my little ADHD heart sing. The ice chewing is real. I have a Good Ice machine at my house. It was just, 10 out of 10. So clean bathrooms, Good Ice, and snacks that the entire family can agree on because it's literally like unlimited. It's like Costco, but a gas station. So good. Yeah, Buc-ee's with the Good Ice. Yes, Buc-ee's with the Good Ice. Aaron said, I haven't been to the biggest one in Tennessee. It's like 20 miles from me. It's massive. I have been to the biggest one in Tennessee. And I think Texas is probably salty. Texas in the chat, you can represent. You don't speak for your whole state. But I wonder if Texas is salty over the fact that Tennessee does have the current largest Buc-ee's in existence. But it's basically an amusement park on its own. So when you're on your way to Dollywood, you got to stop at the largest Buc-ee's in existence. It sounds like we might be coming back to court. So I kind of love the snackage. All the Buc-ee's I've been to have electric vehicle chargers as well. That's why I stopped there. It makes it easy. It looks like they're standing to let the jury come in.
Please be seated.
Is their conduct with the leaf blower proper procedure? I don't think we don't know her, is my answer to that. Oh,
Right,
wait.
are we all set
Jury.
with the screen?
Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
Sir, what's going on with your tech?
Again, okay, maybe better with the lights. I'm sorry, Mr. Officer. Maybe a little bit.
This is not going to go well.
Please, the lights back on.
I mean, I don't know how Boston was treating COVID in 2021. So I don't know.
Lieutenant Gallagher, again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning.
Heather Reed, that's very fair.
Recognize what's up on the screen.
I do.
If you could just, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this particular pause of this video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on. And this is
that's easy to
crime
see.
scene tape.
And as far as personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone,
I hope this is better for the jury.
knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
I hope we get to see the photos.
That's correct.
Did you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office, but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle? Did you observe around the vehicle?
There's crime scene tape, as you can see, the yellow tape right there.
As he previously stated.
And just to be clear, the sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 a.m.
Butterscoop said, the defense said no one ever went inside. Yep, it's interesting to know that people did go inside. What they did inside, I have a lot of questions about because nobody clarified. They didn't even seem to take down the names of the people who were inside the house. So what, if anything, did they do inside the house? From this photo, all I can see are the rails on the top of the roof. There's a car to the back. There was just a person standing in between two vehicles. I can make out the roof racks on the top of the SUV. and then like the
Lieutenant, during
silver
this, part of the video
of the
in addition to the
window
people that you've already referenced,
trim and like a person at the bottom
if anyone
taking
else
notes.
was in the garage at that time.
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor.
I was just trying
I
to
believe
move.
the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Trying to move me out of the way. StreamYard makes it easy.
Now, at some point during the execution of this search warrant, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminal?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the taillight, passenger side taillight, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, if not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m.
We're at 9:50, 54. I mean, just let it roll. So they're trying to remove the housing for the taillight and issue.
If you could just pause it for one moment, Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is we run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
Brava to Bravo says Gallagher looks like Vicky's ex Brooks from Real Housewives of Orange County. He totally does. He totally does.
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily.
Thank you, Shane.
He dons a pair of gloves.
You're not supposed to narrate the video. The
And he
DA's
exits, and he's going to
the
come
judge
back with
is
some
going to
tools.
tell him to stop in a minute, I would imagine. The DA is supposed to ask questions, like, consistently. You can't just give a narrative.
Here he comes. He places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yep.
Pause and ask a question.
Can't just let him narrate the video.
From your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that?
I mean, it's not a good
Rear
question.
passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the Sally.
What did Officer Car Guy's name do? Then what did Officer Car Guys do? What do you see Officer Car Guy doing? That's it.
Port and with some tools, and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after?
He begins to work on the
You can just say
housing
whatever.
of the taillight.
Good morning, Runkle. Runkle, go back to like the first 4 minutes of court today. The defense received a lot of evidence from the internet over the weekend, and we're arguing with the judge about it. It was quite entertaining. We're just going through a video that nobody can see, that the witness is trying to narrate because the prosecutor won't ask questions. They're removing the taillight casing in a way that no one can see what's going on. But because the defense is going to argue that evidence was planted, having this entire video is going to be very helpful for the jury, I think. I mean, I can't see shit, but you do see people working around this vehicle. I can't really see the tail light though.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it. Lieutenant, with respect to the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video, is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, had been found, correct?
That is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st,
us too.
at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to the crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day of February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with you?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Chad,
Now-
he said previously that there was a crime scene processing tech that was processing the vehicle and one taking pictures. We just haven't seen any of those pictures yet. So there should be quite a lot of pictures from the vehicle at this point. We're just seeing the video of who's doing what through this witness. We're going to have to wait till we get to those witnesses to see those photos, I would imagine. So there should be photos. We're just
Turning your attention
not there yet.
To, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing that day?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Calls for speculation.
Did you see that?
It's
Or do
the
you want me to strike
speculation.
the, I believe they were trying
Yeah.
to.
That'd be our preference.
All right, so
That's the
that will be stricken,
speculation.
but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
The
Chief Berkowitz.
drone, they're jumping around in time. They are now at February 1st when things are being processed. So this is beyond the storm as per this witness. They keep jumping back and forth in time. That's the prosecutor.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He
I don't blame
asked
you
me
guys
if
for
I
being
was
lost.
working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
If you're lost, the jury's
Who, if
lost.
anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
It washes away the snow.
He believed.
Sustain, I'm going to see it sidebar, please.
I think he's trying to get into somebody driving by 34 Fairview and just seeing pieces of the vehicle because I don't know. So I think that's what they're trying to get to. Runkle, the other thing that you missed earlier this morning, and any of you just coming in now that we're at like 20,000 of y'all here in the chat, is that some point today, maybe sort of, because this was supposed to be a 30-minute direct examination and court started a little after 8:15, is that Sergeant Lank at some point will be testifying, and the court believes that they need at least an hour to voir dire that witness because there's something there. So that's going to be interesting. We are basically caught up at real time Let's see. So that'll be interesting. I think it was
To be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to
the officer's
February
leaf blower.
4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
The folks with the laptops are the media that's been allowed into court. So some of them are live like blogging what's going on. Oh, we're going to
All right,
cross.
cross-examination.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Time for cross-examination. This will be interesting. Chat, are you all excited for cross? I see it in the chat. It's never good when we're waiting for things to get cleared up on cross-examination for the prosecution. In this case, it is what it is. But for the prosecution, if everybody perks up when it's cross going, can we understand what happened now? That is very bad for the prosecution if you don't understand what the fuck they're trying to prove until we get to cross.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Some of you are just waiting for the spice, and that's fine too. I feel
the
you.
First time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd?
What? What did you just say to me, Alan? That this officer Leaf Blower, wasn't interviewed about this case until a month ago? Sir. What? What now? Oh boy.
2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lally.
And there was also a state trooper there?
There was.
Lieutenant Tully?
Correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
What?
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene?
No, sir.
Which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Okay. Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police?
Look at this witness's face. This witness knows exactly how the fuck this is getting ready to go. Look at him. The fact that no one interviewed him is not his fault. I can't believe the prosecution didn't get into this on direct examination. I am beginning to feel like the prosecution is just waiting. This is my personal snark. It feels like the prosecution is just waiting for these witnesses to get flamed on cross-examination, because if you know this is coming, and you have to know, ask it on direct and let the witness explain. When the first time you're hearing about shit like this comes out on cross, it makes it seem to me, chat, let me know how you feel, but it makes it seem to me like the prosecution is hiding something or is trying to not acknowledge something, but it makes it worse if you don't address it indirect. He's just like throwing these witnesses to the wolves. Just like, good luck, buddy. Ask it on direct. Oh my God. Oh my God. How do you not interview the person who leaf blew the crime scene until a month before trial? This case has gone through 2 grand juries. I am very much beginning to wonder, and I'm very nervous that this is what's coming. But I don't know. This is why we went into this case as the jury, because I want to see it happen as it unfolds. But I am wondering if there are chain of custody issues, because this man is the peak of the chain of custody. Did Proctor say he was the chain of custody? How do you not interview the man who collected things from the scene? He's like a critical link in the chain of custody. Oh my God. This is just fucking ridiculous.
Police department.
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Buknik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
No one ever interviewed you.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes.
When did you write that report?
Possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
I mean,
That's
there's
correct.
video.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
You
Why?
have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th.
Not myself, no.
Were you ever?
Okay, but nobody interviewed you. So it's not that just you didn't write a report. It's also that nobody interviewed you. So there's no report. So if you say not myself, who would?
Instructed by any superior, you're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the chief of deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
You
Correct.
reported to the chief of
Did
police.
either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that
Writing reports is an
it's one
essential
thing to
function of your fucking
respond
job.
to a scene. It's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene,
That's correct.
especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential
Thank God I have
homicide
donuts.
of a police officer.
That's correct.
And yet you did nothing.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him. Yes.
You were actively involved in this
You never
investigation.
saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he.
Oh my God. Oh my God. As the defense attorney, this witness is like, no, other people told me where he was. And then I started directing people where he was, and I was directing the gathering of evidence. I mean, but you wouldn't know because I never wrote a fucking report. And then, oh, well, the victim is 6'2". I don't know that. I am so fucking angry right now. I'm angry at the prosecution for not asking their witnesses the questions, but I'm angry that none of these witnesses seem to give a shit enough about this victim to do their job. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I am so mad. We're going to watch the rest of Cross. I'm really trying to tamp down my rage, but everyone in this deserves better. This victim deserves better. How is this how you treat a victim, period? How is this how you treat a victim who is not just a local police officer, but as described by paramedics, a local hero? Everyone knew of him. The paramedic looked sick when he was retelling the moment that he realized the person that had been transported was John O'Keefe, and heartbroken for John O'Keefe's niece and nephew, who he took custody of after his sister and brother-in-law passed within 2 months of each other. How is this how you treat somebody?
He's over 6 feet tall. Would you have any quarrel with that?
He's like, I don't know.
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
If the prosecution told me, I'd believe them. I don't believe you. Oh, I'm just going to let the roast happen.
That's correct.
Good luck.
So
Good luck,
you
sir.
were giving them information that
You're going to have the day that you deserve right about now.
about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct, yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct, yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size, no.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough. For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Sure they do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you engage did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
I think
No.
some people were
You're
laughing
aware, as
in
a
disbelief,
you were the former chief
honestly.
of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware of what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position.
Also, I will say the audience might have been laughing kind of in disbelief that this guy's like, I'd believe the DA. But doesn't that feed into the defense's theory of the case? Doesn't it? Doesn't that just continue to play in to exactly what the defense said
Exactly north,
in their opening?
Exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Look at his face.
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
You don't
So you would
measure.
employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from
Yeah,
another
you
known
don't
item
measure.
and have
Cool.
an exact cross point of where that's
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you've been trained on how to.
No, we don't. We just eyeball it. Sir, you're finding yourself right up there with coroner armpits right now.
Do that.
Yes.
But you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found,
No
it's
idea.
sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was. Yes.
Okay.
It's a
You
guess.
just used the word guess.
It's a guess.
Right. But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
Could they have
That's
done it right
exactly
after?
But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Seraph, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
I dropped donut.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
He did say plastic cups.
Before responding
As-
to 34
as
Fairview,
temporary
you
evidence
indicated that
containers.
you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
Chat,
It was Sergeant Goode who contacted you.
I see all the motions for Code Red in the chat. I will not deny you. Chat, we are going to go to Code Red. April Dawn sent an incredibly generous super chat. April, if you meant to type something in here and didn't, we will grab it. If you type it in now, just at me and we'll see it. But thank you for that super chat. That's incredibly generous. And it matches the shade of my rage and our Code Red. For those of you that are new, Code Red in Law Nerd World is DEFCON what the fuck? And I think we've definitely reached for this witness DEFCON WTF. For those of you that are at all flash sensitive, it is a little flashy. The flashing stops when the music stops, and it is a pretty quick bumper. It's only about 8 seconds long. So when the music stops, the flashing stops, and we're going to DEFCON Red in 3, 2, 1. Let's return to the fuckery in court.
Correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time.
That is correct.
Which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Gallagher, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also
Neighbor?
the man who lived directly across the street
Neighbor?
from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Gallagher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. But you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't write a report?
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
But you didn't write a
You
report.
indicated that you had
You're the ranking
never
officer.
preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
And you never wrote a report.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state
that's-
police. Sometimes we
that's the
use
thing.
Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state
Lucky
police.
you was a
setting
bit
them aside
snarky.
because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Well, they
You
refused.
were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
Sure. I can tell you that I had Sergeant Goode move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did. prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility,
Outing.
did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lang, no issue at all.
Not in your mind.
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
He did what? He asked, did you know?
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
He asked, did you know? He asked, did you know? I can't take notes fast enough. The prosecution should have elicited a ton of this on direct examination to let him explain. But they didn't. So here we are. Holy shit. All right. Let's zoom because we are a bit behind in court because I keep pausing to have rage. Oh boy. The Lank relationship with the Alberts is going to be the subject of that hour plus voir dire before that witness testifies. Now we know what that's about.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I? Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
Huh.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I apologize.
I understand.
So the
One of
defense
things
is
talked about was the preservation of
the
crime.
defense is clear that Lank went into the house to take initial statements before they went back in together.
Scene
That's a
and the
lie.
lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No.
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there.
Oh, I absolutely caught that he called it the previous night's incident and then changed his statement to the previous night's outing. Oh no, we caught that. I think the defense probably did too and is saving it.
That's correct.
Civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Goode.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank?
You know how you would know? You know how you would know who told you where the victim's body was? Multiple years later, if it was in your report, if it was in your report, That's how you would know who told you where the victim was. I don't remember where the victim was. I directed the rest of the crime scene on February 1st, but I don't remember who told me where the victim was. So I was just trying to do my best.
Not ever see John
Oh,
O'Keefe's
boy.
body in the position.
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Goode did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
So it's a game of telephone.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
It's a game of telephone.
When some of the officers arrived.
Okay, so if that.
So the officers that told you where the victim was didn't see the victim there? So we're going with like multiple levels of telephone as to where the victim was. Really? Really?
In the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was.
Oh, gosh.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
Okay.
Why didn't they just ask the first officer on scene? The very first one, whose dash cam we keep saying.
Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report?
Yes.
About your
Of your report.
Yes.
Wait,
May
just
I
kidding.
approach on?
Yes.
So we've got a game of telephone as to where the victim was.
Get that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay, I didn't
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't
So no.
recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so
He's like,
you
so
didn't
no.
say,
Oh, now it's coming.
I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was
No
found
objection.
from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Okay. Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see any. I didn't read any other part of the document.
Touche, Alan. You told him to read the highlighted part. He didn't review the entire report. Apparently, he hasn't reviewed any of the reports. I mean, touche
Yes.
on that. Oh boy.
You indicated, still staying at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you
As
didn't
they
see
do.
any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw.
That actually, if anybody from the prosecution's team brought up like a photo or a video, that might actually explain the difference between the 32, 34. If it's right on the property line to the far edge of one property and the far edge of the other, it might actually explain why some of the reports say 32. But with all the other issues in the reports, it's not going to help because the prosecution never addressed it. He just addressed it for the first time, that it was right on the line between the two homes. But that could have made a lot of sense if the prosecution ever asked. Instead, it just makes it look like error after error after error.
Saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape.
Correct.
All right. And if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes.
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
That is correct.
That is how snow works.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found
There are
what
20,000
you
of you, so
thought
the chat's
was
jumping as I
blood
try to pull things up.
initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color.
Correct.
And you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time. And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
That's what he
We
said.
utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
Did it sing
where did you get
Red
those
Solo
Solo
Cup?
We got them from Lieutenant Gallagher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he.
You went to the neighbor's house. No one came out. You went to the neighbor's house and were like, hey, Lieutenant Keller. So there's a DB in the lawn across the street. He's been transported. It seems that there may be some blood in the snow. That's not going to unfreeze because we're in the middle of a blizzard. But you know what would be great? If you could hand me some red Solo cups to collect that evidence in. That would be fantastic. I don't know why they didn't just say, okay, well, and now I need to know exactly when they called him at the hospital, when they coded him at the hospital and determined time of death, because this is at like, I think we're at like 9 something in the morning, though the prosecution has not done a great job with timelines, and maybe at this point that's on purpose, but we don't have a clear timeline of when that is and why they couldn't call back crime scene investigation to this scene. The blood's not going anywhere. It's not going to leave. Just keep somebody on scene and then bring out somebody to do it. So these red Solo cups have come from the store. They've presumably been taken out of bags with hands, then handed to somebody not wearing gloves. Sure. Okay, but sure. Go off though. Go to the neighbor's house and ask for red Solo cups. Sure.
Got any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Canton PD? From 34 Fairview to Canton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather.
A mile?
4 minutes, 5 minutes. Is that right? To drive?
Sure.
And you don't go back?
You didn't go back to Canton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Canton PD
They have nothing to scoop
does not
snow
have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
They don't process crime scenes.
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers.
They don't process
But for
crime
what we
scenes.
wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Canton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop
Correct.
it out, and then it's sealed.
Oh yeah, they didn't do
and
that.
forensically stable, correct?
Yeah, no, they didn't do that.
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
But just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
My
You
sky
go
is getting growly.
Canton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection.
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was
why didn't you do
gathered
both though?
red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized.
But the thing is, it seems that there were multiple areas of blood on the snow. Why not just do both though? This is not an either or situation. Just do both. I don't think it will work. Guess how you find out if it works or not. You try it. You determined that it was fine to try a leaf blower at a crime scene. That you determined was cool to just roll with. But swabbing frozen blood, that's where you're out? You're going to have to explain to me how that decision-making process works, because leaf blower, cool. Trying to swab cold blood, bad. Red Solo cup, cool.
And scooped up the snow.
And he knows it. Look at his
what he
face.
thought the blood was.
Look at his face.
And just carried him back to the truck?
Yeah, they thought it'd be chill.
We took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit.
Not a swab to be
those
seen.
6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Canton Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
He said they were bagged.
Somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
They were sealed in a bag, brown
They were
evidence bag.
covered.
At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the
A
cup.
brown paper bag.
You have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups?
You know what would be
before they were
helpful?
used to collect blood
Maybe you're
evidence and
referring to
homicide
your
cases?
report.
You want me to estimate?
Yeah. Obviously.
Sure. Sergeant Lank.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
Oh,
How about
that's
before
helpful.
they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
Yeah, but
So
that's
they're certainly
an
not
assumption.
forensically stable. They're not
Evidence
sterile.
grade.
By your, I don't know what definition you're looking for, but
Sterile.
I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not. Nothing about the scene was.
Hey, Lolly, you know what would have helped? You know what would have helped in this situation if you had asked about any of this on direct examination, but you didn't. So now what you're stuck doing is sitting there watching this continued roast of this witness, because what the ever-loving fuck? Lolly asking the questions wouldn't make any of this better. Really, it wouldn't make the behavior better. It's not going to undo it, but it takes the sting out of it a little bit. He let all the sting fly. So, and maybe Lolly's just like, you know what? You guys, you did what you did. Good fucking luck when you get cross-examined. Maybe Lolly's just done with them too. I don't know. Maybe that's why he didn't ask. Lolly's like, hey, you know what would have been better? If you had processed a crime scene like a fucking crime scene, that might have been better.
Standard.
Right.
Good God.
The glass shard. I'll touch on the solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one, well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination.
Well, the FBI should have heard about most of this in their own investigation and in their own grand jury, but this might be new to them too.
There was a report done.
Also, hello to our friends at the FBI that are watching.
Correct?
The FBI!
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's kind of funny. So you're paying quite close attention to your testimony here, but you didn't think to write a report? Like, really? Today is wild.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I need. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
I do not have enough donuts for today.
Are you familiar generally, I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped?
Christy, I think you've forever, I think Christy in the chat has forever changed the trajectory of this chat. Christy said, my dad worked for Solo Cup for over 20 years. He said they produce these cups so dirty, he won't even drink out of them. Christy, I think you've changed all of our lives forever today. Wow. Just
for a crime scene.
Wow.
I'm not,
wow.
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which Solo Cup?
No.
I did not.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did. I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
There it is.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that?
He's not going to ask.
This. Did you ever go inside the house to search
will.
for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
That's a fair question.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No, no.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Of course not.
That house belonged to a Boston police.
Of course not. Oh, roast incoming. You never searched the house for any evidence. when there is a dead human on the lawn? Of course not. If that does not come up in the defense's closing, I will be fucking shocked. Of course not. Of course we didn't. Of course we didn't search the house. Guess what would happen to my house if there was somebody on the lawn? Or yours? Of course not.
They're matching glasses.
No.
Fucking
You didn't
hell.
search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent?
The answer, of course not, is a far cry from, at that time, we didn't have probable cause and we couldn't search. It's a very different answer, isn't it?
Consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never.
They're very prickly about probable cause, not really about preserving evidence or writing reports, but probable cause, yeah, sure.
Never asked, did you?
Never asked.
That, of course, resounds much differently than we did not have
According
probable
to
cause to search,
your
so we
interview with
couldn't.
Lieutenant
Much
Tully,
differently.
after going to the scene
Boy.
the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
You decided.
that the recusal should take place?
What is my
Yes,
hair
it was.
doing?
And he agreed.
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
Okay. That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that.
They're saying the same thing differently. I don't think it matters at this point because the of course not still rings fairly loudly in my mind. If this is the officer that determined that there was a conflict of interest, why the fuck did the prosecution not inquire about it? Because doesn't it look bad that it's coming out now?
Is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor.
Same.
Sustained.
It's
Go
asked
ahead,
and
move
answered
on,
at that
please.
point.
What
Alan,
time was that conversation? with
Alan,
Chief
the
Berkowitz?
fish is on the
It was,
line, dude.
after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
Then why did you still go back out on February 1st? They
You
made
then
that.
traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
What is happening here?
Were you and
Like,
Sergeant Lang the...
What?
Well, let me ask this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lang had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lang
Sergeant Lang and Sergeant Goode, correct.
before you ever got there.
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
In general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No. Not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recalled, as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied him.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
He already thought there was a conflict.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might
Like
see him
office mates?
most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there
big house.
to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
I don't know what the objection is for, but doesn't it seem like the defense is more outraged about how this victim was treated than anyone else? Anyone? Anyone? And for those of you asking, yes, ATF agent Higgins had an office at Canton PD. That's not incredibly unusual that there will be sometimes crossover with federal officers having local or regional offices within local PD, depending on where their offices are. So that's not super unusual. But
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with
The
Brian
defense
Higgins,
being more
so I
mad
don't
about how
recall.
this investigation was done is weird to me.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
What
Yes.
Lyndon said.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access
ATF.
to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
Was one.
It's funny that the Alberts let an ATF agent come over. ATF agents don't tend to get along with dogs. But, yes, that's a crack at the ATF.
One of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the sally port?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, this is not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So
He's
it's
like, I
really
really
3
actually
floors,
don't
but
know.
it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Canton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
That was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
Why? In the middle of the answer? Like in the middle of his answer, we're taking a break? Like, for real, for real? I mean, okay, let's all stretch, I guess. Let's just go back to the fucking fan. He didn't even finish his answer. Okay. All right. They moved away from the fan. They moved away from the fan. They moved away from the fan. That's a win. All right. Oh gosh, the camera's now just roving on its own. I'm gonna zoom through this break until we get back to this witness being on the stand, because I am a little bit behind in time because I keep pausing for, rage. So we're gonna zoom. It looks like we might be getting, this hair is getting fixed over the lunch break. It's making me crazy. I'll do a summary as we get to lunch. It looks like we are having the jury come back in.
Bring the jury.
So we are back. We are back here. I don't even know what. I don't even know what to say about today. Like I don't even know.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Today is.
You had started to tell us who at the scene who handled those solo takes. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence, yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Because it's being offered for the truth.
Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection, correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home.
He removed them from temporary evidence and gave them to the crime scene investigators, and there's still no report. Like, where is even the chain of custody report? Like,
Already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house,
Touche.
did you photograph any part of the house?
That's exactly the answer.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
So you could have photographed it. You chose
Alan, you know that they're not photographing the inside of the house on their personal cell phone without a search warrant. Sir, there's enough fuckery here. You don't need to reach to create new fuckery that you know is not actual fuckery.
not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
Yeah.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Yeah, they didn't
Where
think
was
anybody
everybody
else.
in the house?
They didn't think anyone
I
else
believe
was
they were all in the
witnesses.
same area. The kitchen.
Right, they were all standing right there.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to
Oh no, I see his face. It's the same
communicate with and among
the
one
whole
another.
time.
Sure. Yes.
And I commented on it a few times, so I stopped.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jen McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
His
How long
pause
were
was
you inside
because
the house
written
that
is also
day?
recorded. It's memorialized.
10 minutes maybe.
Other than Jen McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck?
It's an interesting question.
How many people had access to the Sally Porter? Is that one? Are you asking one
One
of
and
the
the same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens.
Yes, correct.
Hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that, so
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Probably does.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th, immediately when that
he hasn't seen any of the
SUV was brought
reports
into the Sally
either.
Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated
That's
that
actually not a
Massachusetts State Police
detriment
was
to him.
having
I
some
think that's
difficulty removing the light.
a
We saw
bonus.
a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief, agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors. We can facilitate things. Yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing. No. Yeah. If it's an assist round peg, round hole, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest. So we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case, but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will step. It's stricken, and so is the question.
It is a bit argumentative. The officer doesn't like the smoke. So this, I think, conflicts because when he answered on cross earlier, he said there was a conflict, and now he's saying the appearance of a conflict. He's contradicting himself a bit because he answered that more directly earlier in cross.
The Canton Police Department was, in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
He takes issue with the word manipulate. I think the word manipulate's fine.
Was allowed to.
They're taking issue with the word manipulate being argumentative or unclear as opposed to remove.
Facilitate the removal of that light.
Manipulate was the issue.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
At that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're going to have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
That was a resounding no that the taillight was not
Yes.
broken more during the removal. I wonder if we're getting some photos.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I'm going to pause for, oh, he's looking
I don't
at it.
recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
I'm just going to pause to remind everybody that the reason we are in this kind of oddly laid out, very small courtroom is because the defense very much wanted to make sure that each of the jurors could see the faces of the witnesses. Can you see why the defense wanted to make sure that the jury could see the faces of every single witness?
Recognize what's depicted in the photograph.
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw on the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
It was
Yes,
a very dark
in the
video.
gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay, do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall, or was it not at all? That was a compound question, and bad questions lead to what, chat? Bad answers.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lang.
That's correct.
Nanner, I apologize.
Were
I
you
did not
getting
give heads up at the
the-
quiz.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lang that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
We've got about
Sergeant Lang.
45
Was
minutes
that
till
in your
lunch.
presence?
Yes.
Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location the location of the Sallyport on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake.
He did.
February 1st.
He did that. He did say.
You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lang booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report.
Which police report?
The original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't. I don't have access to the evidence log.
Could you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Canton PD.
That's
Why would
correct.
you not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have
security?
access to evidence.
Yeah.
Who would they be?
So people can't fuck with
The
it.
evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant.
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
I would have messed that up.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police.
Assuming.
Chief Berkowitz? I would
Don't
assume.
don't assume.
Most likely.
Assuming's not going to help.
But I don't know. Possibly, yes.
It's like not my department.
Detectives?
No,
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log
It's kind of better that less people
of
have.
an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He doesn't know.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
I've got questions.
Yes.
He's got questions. I've got questions. The defense is taking a minute. They're pulling up, it looks like photos. They've got a lot of photos on their table. Binders and
briefly?
stacks of photos.
Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me. I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
Show them to the prosecutor.
As well.
Oh, today.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
He should have 2 copies. He should have the copy he's going to hand to the witness
Okay.
and the copy
Take your time.
in their binder.
I'm all set.
So they should
Do you recognize
have,
those photos? Or
duplicates.
in those photos?
Yes.
if you ever do a trial, you need duplicates. The ones you're going to hand over, the ones in your binder that you look at. You need duplicates.
Do
Always.
you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea.
Dolores asked the important questions in the chat as I paused as the defendant looks in disbelief. Why not just go to lunch? It's 12:20. This court orders lunch in for the jurors, and I believe that lunch probably arrives right at 1 p.m. So letting the jury out early for lunch doesn't seem to make sense. When they did the jury view, they came back and did like 15 minutes of a witness to get to the lunch break at 1. I think lunch is probably delivered promptly at 1 for the jurors.
If it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Oh, good.
Okay.
We're going to get to see
Do
pictures.
Have they been introduced?
Have they been mocked?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Mm-hmm.
Four
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
So they're going to mark those, and then they're going to put them
Record
up.
everything you say. Being mocked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
I'm not fast forwarding because now I'm curious. I appreciate that they're panning away from the defendant as she's speaking to her lawyer. Are those supposed to be in focus? Is it me? Do I need a new prescription? Oh, maybe. Those look much better on me.
Okay.
Yes, I do. The answer is yes, Emily. It's
With the
you.
court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better.
That looks much more clear on the computer for me.
I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at excuse me.
So it looks like that portion of the taillight
37.
on the outside of the trunk is completely
we're just
gone.
Speaking about item 37.
It's the real first time we've seen it. It's kind of frustrating that the prosecution didn't admit it first, but it's the real first time that we've seen that. So
Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
no,
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
are you going to tell me that the red Solo cups were transported in the Stop and Shop bag? Is that what's going to happen next? That can't be so. This is not that this cannot be happening right now. This is not what's happening.
correct.
Is that right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct.
Certainly not sterile,
What?
Correct.
right?
Correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Probably Stop and
Is that a
Shop.
bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please.
I'm sorry, if the Stop and Shop bag is sitting in the Sally port next to the defendant's vehicle, are the red Solo cups still in it? Did it ever get marked into evidence? Did it get refrigerated? What? Oh God.
39.
Oh my God. You've got to be joking me. Emily, keep watching. That. You have got to be kidding me.
Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39, you recognize what's in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph the same rag?
I do.
with the same markings
Yes.
that appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph?
They are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40.
This
You
is
see the same white rag,
Yes.
and you see the same evidence bag.
this is not
I'm sorry,
a, this is
Stop
not
and
a
Shop
this
bag,
is not a trial.
correct?
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
Correct.
with what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Right next to the vehicle.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay.
Well, when the defense attorneys get up and start to argue that the reason the defendant's blood was found on the rear of the vehicle is cannot be excluded, that it's because this bag of the victim's blood, the victim's blood is sitting next to the vehicle on February 1st, I don't think, how do you get beyond a reasonable doubt that this isn't what caused cross-contamination on the defendant's vehicle? Like how do you get past this? It's just been sitting there for days.
Let's go back to evidence item number 37, which should be the first photograph.
How is this
You see
even
the rag in that
real?
photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes.
Unreal.
It's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
It's a Kubota, yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes.
All right. So the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear.
Sir?
If you look at the top, I can use the marker here.
Sir, is the victim's blood that you so carefully recovered from the snow in red Solo cups still sitting in the Sally Port 3 days later in a Stop and Shop bag? Is that?
This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood.
But you kind of estimate the distances because your department doesn't measure, right? So,
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
I agree.
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's
No,
a yes or no question.
No, it's a yes or no question. So what you're going to need to do is answer yes or no. And then maybe Mr. Lawley will give you the chance to explain yourself. Or maybe Mr. Lawley is so outraged that he has to deal with all this nonsense that he's just going to say no further witnesses and you're going to be stuck with it. But that was a yes or no question.
Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but
But it is yes or no. This is how cross-examination works, sir. It is yes or no. Because you know what all of us can fucking see in that picture is a grocery bag of red Solo cups that seem to have some red substance in them that may or may not be blood. Because the chain of custody here has broken. Like we are at a full, break the chain situation in this. Like that's only good if you're Fleetwood Mac. This is not good for you.
purposes, I would say yes.
Okay. And in fact, could even be worse. For instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
She's sustaining it because it calls for speculation. However, I think the point has been made.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's speculative. Alan, could you just say how many people would have access to this sitting out here, not locked in the evidence locker? He's going to have to go a different way with that.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Because it is speculative. He's going to, he's mad too, I would imagine. He's going to have to ask it a different way. So people, the evidence locker, you have like 2 people who can access it. But the Sally port, like whoever can access that, right? Right?
Okay. Mr. Lally?
It's just briefly, Your Honor. Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did
Yeah. What do you mean by recuse?
not want to go on
Sure.
any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, his name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to, or you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was.
Oh, I haven't seen pictures of that yet.
That it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements
So you already knew that?
from Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Goode obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets does the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing the tail light, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the tail light in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review
Interesting.
of that video, your observations that day, there was nothing about the tail light that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. What if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was the scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination as far as...
You know what would have been really helpful? If the prosecution had asked more clearly about how the evidence was turned over to the criminalist and why. Because right now, how it seems is that was sitting out on the ground in the Sally Port and stayed there and was not being transported over. Is that on the video? We don't see it. But if that had been asked beforehand, it would have been, once the defense asked that line of question, we would have been like, oh, okay, so this came directly out of the locker and then you handed it off to the criminalist. Because that's not how it seems right now. And nobody's clarified whose hands are in the gloves holding the bag.
You're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the Sally Port area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay.
Does the prosecution not see that was a really big problem? He's like, so they were just transferring over it to the criminalist. This is not a big deal. There's no evidence stickers on it. It doesn't even look like it was folded over and stickered. Like it's, okay. I'm sure we'll get back to this more.
No one but John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that.
No, that's...
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And
correct.
ask them questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Mallory?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Sergeant Sean Goode to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
Oh boy. This is just an absolute mess. Because if the defense is wrong, then the prosecution did not fix a wrong impression of that evidence bag just sitting in the Sally Port in any way at all. So the attorneys are all at sidebar talking about scheduling. I imagine that this is going to take a minute. So for those of you asking, how is the victim being there not itself probable cause? Because it sounds like all the witness statements they have until this time is that nobody knows how he got there and he came from the bar and there's nothing to connect him to the house.
Whenever you're
That's
ready,
why.
Mr. Mallory.
The location
Good afternoon.
alone is not enough.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Goode,
Though I don't have
Goode,
all of the info.
And
so.
how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, and when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeants, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside. So
turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton police station would be similar to what you just described as well?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton police station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton police department?
Where
We're
are
inside
you
the
sort
dispatch
of
room.
physically
That's where
situated?
you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what generally speaking does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on call?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing a call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement?
So I wonder, I'm imagining this is the person who
any
took
call
the
that comes in
911
through
call.
911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular date, January 28th and the 29th. At some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Ryan Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police Station?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody, but he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually, could be U.S. Customs, 2 of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
And do they have sort of similar relationships as far as
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department.
Okay.
You know, if Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police Station?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see.
A loud truck slash car slash motorcycle that went by.
Now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount,
This sort of
what, if
is
anything,
hurting
do
my
you
brain.
do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of way?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. So that would be on a midnight shift. It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to the Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles, in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
What if
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Okay, so they plow the parking lot.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
Did you get a call?
I received a phone call from a woman generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody? She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? May I approach?
Yes.
So the first call
Recognize that.
from Carrie
Yes.
Roberts, that would be the 911
That would be the
call.
911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically
Is a,
from Roberts,
did
is that
you
correct?
take anybody in?
Tom will seek to introduce in the minutes of that.
No objection.
I don't know if we'll hear that or if we'll hear them together later. We'll see what
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that.
we're going to hear it now.
At this point.
Okay.
They're
Hold on
asking
one
if it's
second,
pre-marked.
please. What number?
So this should be the audio of the first 911 call.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't post anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to call, and we'll be on set, so.
No.
He probably not arrived and tapped at his own house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down in Pueblo.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and wait, what
having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in the night, but then he obviously he came home, and he kept custody with me to then because of their bachelor.
Okay.
And so she home with me to have and they're also not to be home. And so she never said she never even home.
Yeah.
So she said, I feel something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so South Area Hospital, you know, because I personally think he probably, someone probably picked him up in the back there. I don't know.
Yeah, did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. I think, well, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a consultation, and talk to us, but I mean, as of right now, it's more, she's just at home, last night, and this comment, sometimes we'll have a little.
No, that's why. That's because she didn't tell me, that's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I think I called the other hospital, I said, call Canton police just to make sure, if they don't have anything, not complete stuff with anyone, that's people, if anybody puts it in up.
Yeah.
Okay. And we don't have anyone this time,
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here. But we haven't get any calls or anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. Alrighty.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was a jovial call. Not all of that call was easy to understand. What I got from it, because again, the jury will get to listen to this later if they need to, but what I got from it was she's like, basically, did a drunk come in? Did anyone get arrested? Did anybody make any calls about seeing someone? My friend's hysterical. He was supposed to come home. He didn't. And they said if they want to report him missing, then the friend needs to call in. And she's like, well, she's hysterical. But if you guys didn't see anyone, I already called the hospitals, and then kind of laughed with dispatch. And they're like, all right, well, we didn't arrest anybody. Nobody came in. So good luck. That's what I got from that.
Now, Sergeant Goode, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that
How
had
can you
with
tell?
Troy Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.?
So this
Now,
would be
turning your
around
attention
5
to,
a.m.
About an hour forward.
I really wish we had the timestamp. There has to be a timestamp. I really wish we had the timestamp.
Approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th. What, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours or so, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton police station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That would be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
Are we going to admit the other 911?
From Mrs.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
I guess we'll hear this 911. Hopefully it's more clear. I don't know if it will be. It might be the speakers in the
With
courtroom.
the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
So, Exhibit 36. will be the 911 call while they're on the scene from Jen McCabe.
No, please, for one emergency. Yes, I'm returning from the 34th, 34th year old, Canton, there's a man passed out in the snow.
You're in Canton, hold on, because you're in Canton, please, don't. You can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yes, the house, the rest of the line.
I could keep going, like, you guys have your answer to.
That line, just so you can.
Okay. I don't.
So then they transport it to fire.
I don't think blankets have.
Something about blankets.
Immediately to start the Canton Road, Canton now.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the shotgun in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yeah, I just pulled up the mountain.
Okay,
34 here, you can't have it, yes.
not man, that's not your political emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34, Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay,
He's right there, okay.
okay, what's going on? Is he right now?
We just stepped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone really?
That is girlfriend, yeah, so he's.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he carrying? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, it could be heat and that's all.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to try to go and they just give it a
Is he breathing, guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt to do?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Oh, okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
It sounded to me like she said he's gone. I don't know.
And the police coming on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm there, I know, I'm not home with the interviews. I know. But Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off of him.
Do you know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking hours about me, and I
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to move the closed captions just a little bit. They have chosen to pan in on the victim's family. I don't know why.
Okay, bleeding from the face. How big?
I don't know which end the fire engines are coming from. I don't know if they're on the dispatch end. I would imagine they have to.
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so.
I hope they'll go through it a bit more line by line to make clear what's said.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Bleeding from the
Now,
face.
if there is any.
Something coming up in the one that is doing CPR.
Okay, one on the is doing CPR.
Yes.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, you give us a call back when he becomes responsive, all right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
They didn't keep anybody on the line. They didn't ask for anybody's name. They're just like, somebody's on the way. I don't think I've ever heard a 911 call where they didn't ask for the party's names. Who was on the ground? Do you know who's on the ground? Because once it said that's his girlfriend or in the background screaming, wouldn't you ask who's on the ground? That's a weird 911 call. Yes, I think she said the Albert house. I hope, well, in cross-examination, they'll probably go through it more, but I hope they go through it a bit more so we can understand, but it's been played now.
And so upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatching?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34 Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And, so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you?
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lang.
Why that?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
He was spelling it for the court
Format
reporter.
Or if you haven't already, I'm sorry. Could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
He already
Yes,
did
it's
it for
going to
the
be
court reporter.
D-E-V-E-R.
She already asked.
You're welcome.
Because this courtroom is so small, the court reporter can be like, can you just spell that, please?
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call
Stack.
log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
That's his
And,
evidence binder
these
for
are
this
logs
case.
that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that?
And how is the
It's
address
as
wrong?
accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if
He jumped ahead.
it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Sure.
Yes.
I imagine we're going to get to more questions about the 32-34
Now, Sergeant Goode,
situation.
with respect to your response, Canton Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
We've heard.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, he would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
Patrol supervisor vehicle.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a
cam.
watch guard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
It looks like a beeper.
Yes.
How old are the jurors? Some of them are going to be like, what? It's a beeper. Looks like a beeper.
So I'm showing you a flash out. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
And upon will seek to introduce in minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41.
All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Close leaving them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
Oh, boy, a lot happened this morning. It looks like the jury is leaving the room as the court takes the break for the lunch hour. Literally like an hour.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you'll have Lieutenant Ray here in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor. And just with reference, I do have a number of other witnesses who I had anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Lank?
So I think we'll have those two. We'll finish. You can step down.
You're not going to have time.
So we'll finish with Sergeant Goode, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray.
Yes.
And that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court.
Well,
I really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
Okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release
at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, to the court, please.
You are muted.
Not likely. I'm teasing. Okay, well, the court is now at lunch for the hour. I will resume here. Let me make sure they don't come back on the record. It looks like they don't. I will resume here right at 1 o'clock ish. I intend to be here right at 1 o'clock. I'm going to try to do a summary of this very spicy morning, and we will then get to your Q&A. I'm going to speed run it so I can get some lunch. PR Chick 24 asked if the defendant's in custody. No, she is not. The defendant is out of the custody. Now I'm becoming lolly. I'm adding words that don't need to be added. Defendant is out of custody. So lunch is an hour. I was a little bit behind real time, so I believe court ended right at 1 o'clock local time, which is Eastern. And so they will be resuming right at 2. Nishay asked, are you good? No. My brain has broken today. So much has happened. So we will be back at 2 p.m. court time, 1 p.m.-ish my time. I will try to be on time. We have a new Quick Bits episode for you. And I will remind you real quick before we jump as I answer your question that the Law Nerd app is where you want to stay in the loop. I will send you guys a message when we get into this afternoon's voir dire, because that will be outside the presence of the jury, but that should be streamed. And that will be very, very interesting. Let's see if I can give a summary of this morning before I don't know how this is going to go. My brain is so tired. Before we go to questions. I didn't hear that at all. Oh, I turned the volume down. Hopefully you heard it. I didn't hear it. You probably didn't hear it either, because I wanted to turn down the court feed. Hold on. Let me turn down the court feed so that I can just swoop-a-doop with sound this time. One more time with feeling. Because I didn't hear it on my sound mix. So for me, you guys heard it. For me, I didn't. This morning was quite a lot in the Commonwealth versus Karen Read, day 5 of evidence, the beginning of week 2. We only got through 2 witnesses. Not even through 2, through 1.5. The prosecution at the beginning of the day said direct examination would take about a half an hour. That's not what happened. We also had the defense bringing up the issue that the relationship between firefighter paramedic McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert, the daughter of the homeowner where the victim was found, seemed to be closer than the witness indicated. The defense said that they believe that witness perjured themselves. The court is going to take that up more at a later time, because now there are many more photos that we are going to see, or not, that the court is going to hear about, showing the connection between that witness and Caitlin Albert. And we will see how that goes. There is also a voir dire that is going to be happening of Sergeant Lank. This is the sergeant that supposedly took at least the Stop and Shop bag of solo cups of presumed evidence into custody and had a very close relationship, it seems, with the homeowner, Brian Albert. We heard why the first witness believed that there was a conflict between investigating this case and Canton PD, and that's because the homeowner where the victim was found, Brian Albert's brother, works as an investigator, and I think the witness said one of our best investigators. They are brothers. So Canton PD officer, brother to Boston PD officer, homeowner Brian Albert. And of course, we learned where those red Solo cups came from, which is across the street, because one of the higher ups at Canton PD lives across the street from Brian Albert. We also saw photos of the evidence bag of the Solo cups sitting in the Sallyport Bay while CSI was going over Karen Read's vehicle. The defense seemed to imply that those had just been sitting there since the time of the crime. The prosecution tried to clean that up on redirect and say that was photographs of the handover from evidence going from the police department to the CSIs, but I don't know why they weren't going directly from the evidence locker to the CSIs, and the prosecution didn't make that clear at all. So the impression that something is amiss remains lingering, I think. I don't think it was cleared up very well at all. The prosecutor's like, oh, can you explain more what was happening? Yeah, we were giving them to the CSIs. But where did you get them from? Because the impression that they never got booked into evidence is still lingering. This case, day by day, gets more and more wild. We went through the crime scene photos taken by the first witness today, which are difficult to see, but there is video of the first witness of the day using the leaf blower to uncover more evidence in the snow. You know what that witness did not see at any point in time? The victim's shoe, the victim's baseball hat, and any pieces of taillight. But what they did see is blood in the snow and a piece of a drinking glass or a bar glass. And we heard in opening statements that the victim in this case left the Waterfall bar with that open container glass from the bar and took it out with them. We have not seen those videos yet. We have not gotten into that part of the testimony yet, but I imagine when we see that, we will also see that the victim was wearing a hat based on this line of questioning. This morning was quite a lot of information. And this afternoon should be very interesting when we get to Lank's voir dire about the nature of the relationship between Lank and the Albert family. And with that, let's answer your questions. Thank you, everyone, for the super chats and member chats. I'm going to try to get to questions first. LB asked, Emily, can I ask what is being voir dired? I missed a lot this morning. I believe the nature of the relationship between Sergeant Lank and Brian Albert. The court said that they thought that voir dire would take about an hour. And we started to hear a lot of information about the nature of their relationship over those two witnesses. So I think that that's what's going on. All the Happy Squirrels says, more dash cam video. Why do they hate us? Well, because the pictures are shit. They have to show the dash cam videos. They have to. Destiny asked, what is the device that lady is using on her mouth? That is the court stenographer, and she is taking down the court record instead of by typing, by speaking it, which is much easier on the body, I would imagine. Could the jury be turned off by Karen Reed's facial expressions? Maybe, depending on how much attention they're paying to it, but you also have witnesses who are making some very distancing facial expressions, but they've also brought into evidence that she has MS. So if anyone on the jury has any connection with Karen Reed having MS, then they might not be putting a ton of weight into her facial expressions. Also, there were times when they panned over to Karen Reed, and I think her facial expression and my facial expression were about the same, because I was like, I'm sorry, you just put it all in a solo cup then? Really? You did what now? So the jury might be feeling the same way. We just don't know yet, because there's a lot of things in this case today where I'm like, this is what we're doing. This is what you did. This is what you did. That's tough. Absolutely tough. So today has made me a little feisty. I can't just say it's today, every day. What charges is she looking at for perjury? Shauna, I don't think we are at the point where we would ever see a perjury charge. Perjury charges, first of all, are rare. And just because the defense said, I think a witness perjured themselves, doesn't mean the prosecution's going to agree. But they have to be not vague. They have to be more specific. So her saying, hey, we run in the same group, but I haven't talked to them in 3 years, is different than, well, here's a picture of you from, from now, it's 3 years ago, I would suspect, from 2021 to today. There is some more clarification that's going to be needed on that. It's not great, but it's also still vague, where she could say, we're not super close. We're not in the same circle. Yeah, we've spent time together in large groups. We've never spent time together one-on-one. So I don't think we're there yet. I think the distancing, if it's brought back up, looks like she is trying to distance, but the jury's going to get to decide that. Let's see. Beth said it before, in my opinion, this case needed a continuance. Both sides asked and the judge said no. So I feel like the judge was rushing to get this trial started despite both sides wanting to wait. And I don't think it's going to go well at all. One Vintage Watch, thank you. Or One Vintage Witch, thank you again for the gift of memberships. Nicole said, thank you for the distraction. Buried my aunt last Thursday after she passed unexpectedly. I'm sorry. Also, please stop doing massive trials, because first it was my uncle passing during murder, and now my aunt. My heart can't handle it. Nicole, I am so sorry. And I'm sorry that these very difficult moments of grief in your life are going to be tagged also to these trials. This one is a lot. Runkle's answering a question that I've also seen a lot in the chat that we got to a bit earlier. Excuse me. But no, just having somebody in your lawn is not probable cause enough. And now we've heard the 911 calls, and the 911 calls are, unconscious man in the yard. There's no indication in any of those calls that he had been in the house, and he is found near the property line between two properties. And they went out and didn't see footmarks back and forth to the house. So yes, no probable cause. However, the answer from the officer, if I'm on the jury, it didn't sit well with me sitting here. If I'm on the internet, it didn't sit well with me, because the answer when asked, did you search the house, was not, I would have liked to, but we did not have probable cause. I thought it would be important to develop that a little bit more. The answer was absolutely not. Obviously not. It was something along those lines. I highlighted it in my notes. I'm going to have to go back after lunch. Of course not. Sorry, that was the answer. Of course not. So when asked, it wasn't, we did not search the house because at that time we didn't have probable cause and we worked to establish probable cause and couldn't. No. Did you search the house? The answer was almost flippant. Of course not. Given the defense theory of the case, I don't know if that helps the jurors feel confident that they didn't have probable cause. I don't know if that's going to help. They don't have probable cause at this point. Did they try to develop the probable cause? He didn't say. I wanted to go into every house on the block and find out what happened to this victim, but we just couldn't develop any probable cause. Sure didn't say that, but also didn't write a report. So, it's a lot. Ask why no one went into the house. And now we know that they did go into the house, but didn't do much there. Morgan said, have we been spoiled by other judges? A bit. Or is it normal to make legal arguments private? Bev and the Russ judge have kind of been bummers. No, the arguments at sidebar are always private. Defi Heard was more open about arguments in court. This case has put some on the record in court and some at sidebar. I'm hoping we get more on the record. Judge seems to do everything she can to keep defense argument off the public record. Some of it's been at sidebar outside the presence of the jury, but when the jury's not there, she has allowed some of that to happen in open court. Can't wait to hear the defense is going to get into with the leaf blower. It definitely was a lot of a cross-examination for sure. Boymax2 said, when Lally asks questions, I see his questions in my head and I want to take a red line through what, if anything. Most of the time it's just fluff. Yes. When I want to make numerical changes, that's an issue. It's hard. It's very, very, very difficult to follow some of Lally's questions. Let me see if I can get to any other questions before I take a lunch. Oh, I'm not going to have very much of a lunch break if I don't take a break in just a second. Jillian asked, if this is how the murder of a fellow officer is treated, what chances does anyone else have? They don't seem very pressed about investigating this case. It was interesting to learn, though, that this police department does not process homicide scenes. They always call in state police. And because of the fact that the hospital had not pronounced the victim, state police would not come out. So that's where part of the issues are here, is between the interjurisdictional issues, and state investigators were like, not dead yet, we're not coming out. So there are issues definitely in how the evidence was processed here, but if there are issues in how the evidence is processed, how do you overcome that? Even if the jury doesn't think that there was a massive conspiracy, the jury can just think that there's doubt. They don't have to believe that there is a huge cover-up to look at, I can't convict someone when it's sort of. And that's fair. And it's not unreasonable to think that a jury might get to, I don't know exactly what happened, but what I do know is you haven't proved to be me beyond a reasonable doubt that that person did the thing. So if you can't prove it, then there is doubt. I have a ton of questions. We're 5 days in. Have any of those questions really been answered? It's snowing and somebody chose to use a leaf blower. That's about all I got right now. Her car was impounded. Question, after the trial, will you cover the sidebar transcripts? Documents in this case are more difficult to get than any other case, so I cannot promise it. Question, are prosecutors supposed to protect their witnesses and prepare them? Lori, I think that when I say protecting the witness, you bring out the unflattering things on direct so they have a chance to explain and answer. And this prosecution's not doing that at all, because there are things that you cannot change. What these witnesses did cannot change, but you can ask and give them an opportunity to explain before they get flamed with it on cross. Because once the impression is left on cross that it's sus, it's real hard to shake off that impression. And the impressions that have been left here for me are not great. And the prosecution I'm frustrated with because they're not letting the witness answer those things. I think the prosecution doesn't think it's a big deal, maybe. I don't know. Because it looked in, when the defense is going through the, isn't this a bag of cups of blood just sitting out in the Sally port? I was like, what in the ever-loving world is happening? If the prosecution had gone through that before, more clearly in a way that could be followed, and maybe with the pictures, because the prosecution said you gave the evidence to CSIs, but never elaborated on it. They never said it was in the Sally port. They never said that was the handover. And then at the end, after the impression is left, then they try to clean it up a little bit. And I don't know if they cleaned it up well. I truly, truly don't. Daphne said, now I'm not going to ever buy solo cups again. We definitely took that away from today. Someone is big mad. It's me. I'm someone. I'm people. Emily, what is probable cause and its limitations? I think we got through a bit of probable cause well, but to get a search warrant, the Constitution says you can't just like go take people's shit and like go look in their homes. You have to have probable cause that a crime happened, and you have to establish that probable cause with like evidence. At this point in the investigation, law enforcement is saying they have no reason to believe that the victim, that the victim, John O'Keefe, ever went into Brian Albert's home. And so if they can't prove that the victim was ever in the home, then there's nothing really that they can do to get into the home to search it. What doesn't help is that if what the defense said in their opening statement plays out, that the lead investigator Proctor was texting, oh, well, it's probably a problem for the person whose lawn he was on. And the lead investigator's response is, nope. Along with the, of course not. What impression does that leave all of you? Because I know what impression it leaves me with. So with that, I have about a half an hour to grab some food. I hope you grab some food. If you're still around the internet, Quick Bits will be up that gives my summary from last week. It's about 10 minutes-ish. So if you have 10 minutes, it'll be pinned here and it'll be pinned in the next video in the chats. So if you want to go see Quick Bits, that will be pinned for you to go find, because that's going to drop right now. And I am going to go get some food. So with all of that, Law Nerds, I will see you back in just about a half an hour. Go get some sustenance. Today's gonna be wild.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with Quick Bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the Quick Bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.